the silent dreams.
The date is the 27th of November, 1887. I am writing this by lamplight at a desk in the stationmaster's office at Caldwell Junction, which the stationmaster, a man named Peel, who has been generous and kind, has lent me for the duration of my stay. The desk belongs to him. The lamp is mine. I brought it from the inn, which is a 10-minute walk from the station, because I wanted to write here tonight rather than at the inn. I wanted to write in the place where the survey ends. Caldwell Junction is where the proposed branch meets the existing main line. It is, in the language of the survey, the point of connection, the place where the Ashford Valley line, if built, will join the world beyond. I have been walking toward it for 2 weeks. I am here. My name is Edmund Hale. I am a surveyor of railways. And tonight is the last night of the survey. I came to Caldwell Junction by train. The final section of the survey is unusual in this respect. All the previous movements have been by cart or on foot, through the valley and over the moor and down the hollow lane. But from Ashford Crossing to Caldwell Junction, the proposed branch does not yet exist, and the road south is long and roundabout, and the existing main line offers a connection from the junction at Milford, 12 miles north on the main line, that takes 50 minutes. I took the 8:15 from Ashford Crossing. Thomas Birch was on the platform when I came down to the station with my bag. "Last leg," he said. "Last leg," I said. He looked at the survey bag with the expression of someone who has been aware of its contents and significance all along and is not surprised to see it departing. "Will it come?" he said, not anxiously, with the straightforward curiosity of a young man asking about the future. "I believe so," I said. He nodded. The 8:15 appeared around the curve to the north, on time, as trains from the main line invariably are when they are running to schedule and not being asked to stop at small stations unless someone is there to flag them. "You'll need a longer platform," I said. He looked at me. "For the branch traffic, when the line opens, the Ashford Crossing platform will need extending. The branch trains will be longer than the existing service." He looked at the platform, 60 yards, the flagstone, the gap I had stumbled over on the first evening. He looked at it with the expression of someone seeing a thing he has seen every day and seeing it differently. "How much longer?" he said. "I'll note it in the report," I said. "Perhaps 40 feet. The train arrived. I boarded. Thomas raised a hand. I watched the platform slide away from the window as the train moved, Thomas standing at the end of it, getting smaller, the station building behind him, the limestone hills above, the valley opening out to the south. Then the curve of the track, and the station was gone. At Milford, I changed to the southbound main line service. The junction at Milford is large by the standards of this part of the country, 4 platforms, a substantial goods yard, a locomotive shed, the full machinery of a functioning junction. I had 40 minutes between connections, and I spent them on the northbound platform watching the traffic. It is the kind of watching I do automatically now, after 22 years, reading a junction, understanding its flows, seeing where the capacity is and where the constraints are. Milford is well run. The signaling is good, the platform arrangements logical. A competent junction, not a beautiful one, but competent junctions are not to be dismissed. The Caldwell Junction, when the Ashford Valley branch arrives, will add 2 through workings to the main line, the branch trains joining and leaving. Peel will need the longer loop line he mentioned. The signaling will need attention at the junction approach. These are the things that follow from a survey recommendation. The survey is the beginning, not the end. I thought about this on the platform at Milford, watching the trains, waiting for mine. The southbound service left Milford at 11:10 and arrived at Caldwell Junction at 11:42. I had made this journey on the map many times. Seeing it on the ground was something else. The way the landscape changed south of Milford, the hills softening, the country opening into the broader, flatter terrain of the Midlands edge. Not the limestone country of the valley. Different stone, different light, different character. The proposed branch would connect these two landscapes. The narrow valley with its limestone hills and its stream, and this broader, more accessible country to the south. The connection would change both of them, slightly, the valley by becoming accessible, the Caldwell area by becoming a gateway. Connections always change both ends. I thought about that as the train pulled into Caldwell Junction, and I stepped down onto the platform with my bag. Caldwell Junction is not a large station. It is a passing place on the main line, 2 through platforms, a loop line for freight, a small goods shed, a signal box at the north end. The stationmaster's office is in the main building, which is brick and slate, solid and plain, built in the functional style of the early railway companies that believed a station's purpose was to move people efficiently, and that decoration was a distraction from this purpose. It has been here since 1854, 33 years. In that time, the main line has carried passengers and freight and mail, the daily accumulation of a line that connects the industrial north to the cities of the Midlands, all of it passing through Caldwell Junction, stopping briefly or not stopping, going on. Tonight the last train passed at 10:45 northbound, and since then the junction has been quiet. The signal lamps are still lit, they burn through the night, unattended, and the loop line holds 3 freight wagons that will be moved in the morning. The platforms are empty, the waiting room is locked. Only the stationmaster's office, with my lamp in the window. I arrived at Caldwell Junction yesterday morning. The stationmaster Peel met me on the platform, not because he had been waiting, but because he happened to be there when the train came in, doing what stationmasters do at mid-morning on a quiet main line, keeping an eye on things. He is a spare, precise man in his late 40s, with the considered manner of someone who has run the same station for long enough that he has arrived at a permanent equilibrium with it. Nothing surprises him. Nothing needs to be different from what it is. "Mr. Hale," he said, not a question. "Mr. Peel," I said. He looked at the survey bag. "The junction first," he said. "If you have time," I said. He had time. He always had time. The skill of a good station master is in having time for the right things without seeming to make time for them. We walked the junction together, and he showed me what I needed to see: the approach lines, the loop capacity, the signal sighting from the south. He answered my questions without requiring me to explain why I was asking them, which is the best quality in any professional contact. I spent the afternoon completing the junction measurements. The report is written. Not the final version that will be produced in the Derby office, on proper paper, in the proper format, with the drawings attached and the calculations appended. But the substance of it is done. I wrote it today, here at Peel's desk, working steadily from 9 in the morning until 4 in the afternoon, when the light failed and I lit the lamp and worked for another 2 hours. 34 pages. The report recommends that the company proceed with an application for the Parliamentary Act authorizing the construction of the Ashford Valley branch line, connecting the communities of the valley to the main line at Caldwell Junction. It recommends the alignment along the eastern limestone shelf. It recommends the viaduct of 7 arches and includes a note, carefully phrased, about the arch specification and the case for generosity in the proportions. It notes the access road improvement for Wren's Hollow. It notes the platform extension requirement at Ashford Crossing. It recommends the station position at the south end of the main valley. These are the true things, the report says. And below the ruled line, as always, are the other true things, which the report does not say. The quality of the November light on the limestone shelf on the morning after the storm, when the frost was still on the heather and the curlew called. The sound of the Ashford Valley stream, heard first from a window at the crossing bell, and then from the stone bridge, and then from the gorge below the camp, the same water in all three places. Doing the same thing it has always done. Thomas Birch and his oversized cap and the steadiness of him, the way he said, "Mind the gap," the way he looked at the platform when I said it would need extending. Mrs. Brennan, and the tea she brought without being asked, and the husband who was against the railway and has been dead 3 years. Renwick at the table in the Moorland Inn, who said, "The valley has 2 or 3 years." Mrs. Alderton, who said, "He liked this place, that's why I stayed," who gave me bread and cheese and a small sour apple for the road, whose husband surveyed roads for 40 years and did not like saying, "Not cost-effective," but said it anyway because it was true. Doyle, who said, "In 200 years, they'll know whether it's beautiful or it isn't," whose father built walls in Galway stone and taught him that a wall is an argument with the land. Walsh, who said, "We can build that viaduct, give us 18 months. Ellis, 16 years old, who kept the stove going through the evenings and took his job seriously. The wren of Wren's Hollow. The blue jug on the windowsill. The 7 buildings and the 2 lit windows. The schoolhouse. These are in the other ledger. They will not appear in the report. But they are part of the survey. They are perhaps the most important part, the part that tells me not just where the line should go, but what the line is crossing, what it is being built through, what will be different when it is done. I know what it is crossing. I know what it will meet when it comes through. Part 3, the Station AT night. At 9 o'clock, Peel came to say good night. He is a quiet man, late 40s, precise in his movements, the kind of person who runs a small station on a main line with the minimal fuss that comes from having done it well for a long time. He had been courteous throughout my stay, offering the office, directing me to the inn, answering my questions about the junction geometry without requiring me to explain why I was asking. "You'll lock up when you go," he said. "Of course," I said. I had the key. He looked at the desk, the papers, the ledger, the lamp. "Nearly done." "Yes," I said, "nearly done." He nodded. He started toward the door, then stopped. "The branch," he said, "if it comes, will it use this junction?" "Yes," I said, "this is the point of connection." He looked at the desk again, not at me, at the work on the desk, the survey that would or would not bring a new line to his junction. Then he said, "I'll need a longer loop line." "You will," I said. The corner of his mouth moved, very slightly, in the direction of satisfaction. "Good night, Mr. Hale," he said. "Good night, Mr. Peel." He went. I listened to his footsteps on the platform, regular and unhurried, the footsteps of a man going home at the end of an ordinary day, and then the sound of a door further along the building, and then nothing. The station was mine. I sat for a while without doing anything. The stationmaster's office at night, with the lamp and the silence of an empty station. The clock on the wall, 9:23, the last train at 10:45, a long quiet before morning. I have been in many stations. I have been in grand ones, the great termini of the northern cities, with their arched roofs and their busy concourses and their sense of being the hinge point of large movements. And I have been in small ones, halts on branch lines, single platform affairs serving communities of a few hundred people, with one lamp and one timetable and the occasional train. Caldwell Junction sits between these extremes, not grand, not small, a functional junction on a functional main line doing its work quietly and well. It is, I think, the right place to end this survey. Not spectacular, not picturesque, simply the point of connection, the place where the valley line, if built, will meet the rest of the world. The right ending for a survey that has been, throughout, about connection. I wrote the letter to Clara. Not the usual evening letter, the brief account of the day, the note on the weather and the work and the accommodation. This was a different letter. I had known for several days that I would write it here, at this desk, on this last night. I had been composing it in some form since Wren's Hollow, which is when I first felt clearly that the survey was coming to its end, and that the end deserved a letter worth the occasion. I wrote, "Dear Clara asterisk, I am writing from the stationmaster's office at Caldwell Junction, which is where the proposed line, if it is built, will connect to the main railway. It is 10 o'clock in the evening, and the last train went through an hour ago, and the station is entirely quiet except for the sound of the signal lamps in the wind and the occasional tick of the cooling rails. The survey is done. I finished the report today. In the morning, I will take the first northbound train to Derby, and then the connection to London, and I will be home by the evening. I have been away for 15 days. In that time, I have stayed in 4 places: Ashford Crossing, the Moorland Inn on the moor above it, a hollow called Wren's Hollow where most of the village has gone and one woman has remained, and a railway construction camp at the gorge where the viaduct will be built. I have walked approximately 60 miles of ground, made measurements at perhaps 200 locations, filled 3 notebooks and most of a ledger, and written a report of 34 pages. This is the official account. The unofficial account is longer. I will tell you some of it when I am home, but there are things I want to put in a letter, because putting them in a letter makes them more fixed than telling you in conversation would. The first thing. There is a woman in Wren's Hollow, a village in the southern part of the valley, who stayed when the others left. Most of the village left over a period of years, when the mine that had sustained the community closed. She did not leave. I asked her, indirectly, why not. She said he liked this place, that's why I stayed. Her husband died 9 years ago. He was a county road surveyor, a man who spent 40 years doing, in his way, what I do in mine. She has been in the hollow since then, tending the schoolhouse, keeping the empty houses secured against the weather, growing a kitchen garden, keeping 2 sheep. She made me soup and gave me bread and an apple for the road. I have been thinking about what she said ever since. I think it is one of the truest things I have encountered in 22 years of this work, not just about staying in a place, about what it means to love something that someone else loved, to keep it, to tend it, to be in it, as a way of remaining close to them. The place is where the love still lives. She lives there too. I do not have a place like that, not in the same way. Your mother loved the garden, as you know, and I have kept it, as you know, in my inadequate way. But I think I have kept it more carefully since I understood what Mrs. Alderton was doing in the hollow. I think I will keep it more carefully still. She gave me an apple from her tree for the road, small and slightly sour. It was, in its unsentimental way, very good. The second thing. An engineer at the construction camp, a man named Doyle, showed me his preliminary drawings for the viaduct. The arches are more generous than the contract specification requires, which means the viaduct will be more expensive than the company has projected, which means Doyle will have to make an argument for it that is not strictly economic. He said, in 200 years, no one will know the contract specification, but they'll know whether it's beautiful or it isn't. I have been doing this work for 22 years, and I have never said that out loud. I believed it. I have always believed it. It is why I insist on following the land rather than forcing the line, why I note the schoolhouse and the blue jug and the quality of the light at dusk in the ledger. But I have never said it directly, because the language of the work does not make room for it, or I have not made the room. I am going to make the room. Doyle also told me that his father was a mason in Galway who used to say, "The wall is your argument with the land. You say this is how it should be divided. The land says, try, and the wall either stands or it doesn't." The viaduct is also an argument with the land. 7 arches across 60 feet of gorge in local limestone, built to last 200 years. I believe it will stand. I believe it will be beautiful. I put a note in the report, carefully phrased, to say so. You are going to be a teacher. The work of a teacher is also work that lasts in ways that cannot be specified in advance. The children you teach will carry what you give them for the rest of their lives, and they will pass parts of it on, and in 200 years something of what you did will still be present in the world, changed beyond recognition, impossible to trace, but there. I do not think you need to know this in order to do the work well, but I wanted to say it. The third thing, which is the simplest, asterisk. I found the line. It was there waiting, as it always is. Along the limestone shelf on the eastern side of the valley, following the land the way Forsyth taught me to follow it, avoiding the flood plain, clearing the farm by the right margin, crossing the gorge on 7 arches that will, if Doyle gets his way, which I believe he will, be beautiful. The survey was good. The line is good. Whether the act passes and the line is built is not in my hands, but I have done my part of it correctly, and the part I have done is the foundation of everything that comes after. I found the line. I am satisfied. There is a young man named Thomas Birch who manages the platform at Ashford Crossing. He is 17, and he has his father's job, but not yet his father's title, because the stationmaster is on leave for the birth of his first child. Thomas handles everything with the quiet competence of someone who understands that the work is the work regardless of the title. When I told him this morning that the platform would need extending for the branch traffic when the line comes, he looked at it as though seeing it for the first time. 60 yards of flagstone seen every day for 8 months. Suddenly, a different 60 yards. I thought about that on the train to Milford, how a piece of information can change the way you see a familiar thing, not the thing itself. The platform is the same platform, but Thomas's relationship to it is different. It has a future now that it did not have before. I hope he is there to see it. He will be in his mid-20s when the line opens, old enough to have a considered opinion about what it means, young enough to have most of his working life ahead of him in a station that will be a junction rather than a halt. That seems right. I will be home tomorrow evening. I will bring the ledger and tell you about the robin at Ashford Crossing and the curlew on the moor and the wren of Wren's Hollow and the sound of the gorge from the camp at night. I will tell you about Thomas Birch and Renwick and Mrs. Brennan and Doyle and Peel and Mrs. Alderton. I will have, I think, a great deal to say. But for now, the station is quiet, and the lamp is burning, and the report is done, and I am nearly home. Your loving father. I set down the pen. I folded the letter and put it in the envelope and wrote her name on it and set it beside the lamp. I sat for a moment and looked at it. Her name in my handwriting on the envelope. Clara. A train went through at midnight. I had not expected it, a night freight, no scheduled stop, moving at speed through the junction on the down line. I heard it first as a distant rumbling from the south, then the sound building and sharpening as it approached, then the rush and clatter of it through the station, the signal lamps swinging slightly in the displaced air, the windows rattling briefly in their frames, and then the sound diminishing northward, going away along the main line into the dark. Gone in perhaps 30 seconds. The station settled back into its quiet, slightly rearranged, as though the freight had taken something with it and left the quiet to close again in its wake, which it did, within a minute, completely. I sat and let the quiet close. I thought about all the trains that have passed through Caldwell Junction. 33 years of them. The first ones in 1854, which would have been slow and tentative by the standards of today, the engines not yet refined to their current efficiency, the carriages still close in design to the stagecoaches they replaced. And then the decades of refinement, faster engines, smoother track, longer trains, heavier loads. The gradual, incremental improvement of a technology finding its full expression. I have been part of this, in a small way, for 22 of those years. Not as a builder, not as an operator, as a finder, the person who goes ahead of everything and walks the ground and says, here, the line should go here, this is the right way through. 11 lines over 22 years, not all of them built, not all of them running, but the 5 that are the 5 that carry their passengers and their freight every day through the valleys and the hillsides and the gorges that I once walked with instruments and notebooks. Those lines are part of the world because someone walked the ground first. I walked the ground. The work begins there. And at some point, 2 years, 3, the first train from the Ashford Valley. It will come down the branch from the south, through the cutting at the valley's end, along the limestone shelf, across the 7 arches of the gorge, through the open land south of the camp, and into the junction. It will stop here, or perhaps pass through, if it is running to a larger destination beyond. The passengers from the 3 villages will step down, or not step down, depending on where they are going. The first train. Thomas Birch might be there to see it. He will be in his mid-20s by then, old enough to have a considered opinion about what the line means for the valley, young enough to have a future shaped by it. He will have extended the platform, 40 feet of new flagstone, at the southern end, slightly different in color from the existing stone, until the years even them out. Renwick might be there, watching from the hill above the valley, as the train moves along the shelf that he has grazed his sheep above for 30 years. Mrs. Alderton will not be there. I did not think this until now, and the thought arrives with a weight I had not anticipated. She is 70, perhaps older. The line, if built, is 2 or 3 years away. She may still be in the hollow when it opens, or she may not. Either way, the branch will not reach her. The hollow is not on the line. She knows this. She said, I didn't think it would come here. She will live in the hollow, tending the schoolhouse and the 2 empty houses and the kitchen garden, and the trains will run through the main valley, and she will not see them from the hollow, though she may hear them, distantly, on still days, the sound carrying up from the valley floor. She will hear what she decided not to wait for. And she will be all right. I believe this. She was all right before I arrived, and she will be all right after I have gone, and the trains she hears distantly will not change what the hollow is. The hollow is what she makes it. She will keep on making it. I opened the ledger. I looked at the pages, the whole of it, from the beginning. The first entry arrived 4:30 p.m. weather clear, cold, visibility good from the platform. The entries for each day of the survey, the measurements and gradients and notes on land condition, and below the ruled line, on page after page, the other record. The robin, the hawthorn in the last of the light. The clock at the crossing bell, marking the quarters through the evening. The storm against the walls of the moorland inn. Renwick's hands around his glass. The fire in the snug, declining through the night. Mrs. Alderton's 3 lines of reply to my letter. I will be here. There is a room in the house next door which I keep. You are welcome to it. The wren. The blue jug. The gorge. Doyle's drawings spread on the mess tent table. The 7 points in the gorge wall where the piers will go. The limestone shelf, seen from the cart on the way home, with the ghost of the line running along it. I have been a surveyor of railways for 22 years. In that time I have surveyed 11 lines. Not all of them were built. 3 were rejected by Parliament on grounds that did not relate to the quality of the survey. 1 was abandoned by the company before it reached Parliament, for reasons I was never fully informed of. 2 were built and then operated poorly, which is not the fault of the survey, but is still a kind of failure. The remaining 5 are running. 5 lines carrying the passengers and freight and mail of the places they connect every day. Some of them I have revisited. 1, the first one I surveyed as a senior man in 1872 through a valley in Yorkshire that was not entirely unlike the Ashford Valley I visited 3 years ago when I happened to be in the area on other business. I stood at the station and watched the trains. The valley I had walked in 1872 was different, the station itself, the road to the village, the sounds of the place, not worse, not better, different. The way it was before I surveyed it, which I no longer had access to except through the ledger notes, was gone. What remained was what it had become. The viaduct at the northern end of that line is not beautiful. It is functional, correctly proportioned, but no more than that. The engineer who built it was working to a tight specification and a tighter budget, and he produced what was required and no more. It has always slightly troubled me. The Ashford Valley Viaduct will not be merely functional. I will make sure of that in the report. I already have. I thought about Forsyth. He would have been pleased with this survey, I think, not because of any particular element of it, not the alignment or the gradient or the crossing, though all of these are sound, but because of the approach, because I walked the ground, because I wrote below the ruled line. He was the one who told me to write below the ruled line. We were on the first survey I did with him. I was 22 years old, fresh from the engineering school, and Forsyth was 60-something and had been doing this work since before I was born. We were in Cheshire, on a flat plain that presented no particular difficulties and very little that was interesting, and I was filling the ledger with measurements and nothing else. He looked at what I was writing. "That's all," he said. I looked at the ledger. It seemed complete to me, everything measured and recorded. "The ledger is half the survey," he said. "The other half is everything you don't know how to measure yet." He drew a ruled line across the bottom of the page with a straight edge. Below it he wrote, "The plain is very flat. In summer it will flood. There is a man at the farm we passed who watched us from the gate for 20 minutes and did not approach. The light at 4 o'clock, looking west, is the color of old brass." He handed me the pen. "Your turn," he said. I wrote that first time, something clumsy and self-conscious. But I kept writing from that day forward, and after a year I had begun to understand what the space below the ruled line was for. It is for the things the survey is made of that the survey cannot contain. I have 12 of these ledgers now, counting this one. The first 11 are in a chest in the study at home. They go back to 1865, the first survey, when I was 22 and Forsyth was alive, and we measured a line through the Cheshire plain that was straightforward and unremarkable. Below the ruled line in that first ledger, the old brass light, the man at the gate, and the plain is very flat. I do not yet understand how to look at it. I understand now, after 22 years, how to look at most things. Or at least, I understand that looking takes time, and that the looking matters as much as the measuring, and that the things you see below the ruled line are not less true because they are not reducible to numbers. They are often more true. I thought about what it would be like to read all 12 ledgers in sequence. Not the official sections, those I have read for reference when a later survey has touched on territory covered by an earlier one, but the sections below the ruled line, the accumulated record of 22 years of places and people, and the particular quality of light at 4 o'clock in valleys and on moors and in gorges and on moorland roads, and in the offices of stationmasters who do their jobs well and lend their desks to strangers. I have never read them in sequence. Each ledger belongs to its survey. When the survey ends, the ledger goes into the chest. I do not return to it, not usually, not without a specific reason. The surveys do not accumulate in my mind as a connected narrative. They exist as separate things, each complete in itself, each with its own character and its own ground. But read in sequence, I think, they would tell a story. Not the story of the railways. The railways have their own records, their own histories, the parliamentary acts and the engineering drawings and the official correspondence. Not that story. The other story, the one below the ruled lines. 22 years of places attended to. 22 years of the things that cannot be measured, but that matter. 22 years of the particular way light falls on stone at the end of a November afternoon, and the sound of streams in limestone valleys, and the fires in the hearths of inns, and the people who tend those fires and make the tea and keep the hollow at its level. That story is in the chest, in the study. Clara could read it. She would understand it. I have not thought, until now, about what will happen to the ledgers. I am 44 years old. I have perhaps another 20 years of this work ahead of me if my health holds and the work continues. 20 more surveys, perhaps, 20 more ledgers, 20 more years of the section below the ruled line. And then they will be in the chest, all of them, and I will not be surveying any more, and someone will have to decide what to do with them. Clara, most likely. I should tell her about them. Not tonight. The letter is already sealed and posted, and this thought is too new to be added to it. But when I am home, I should sit with her in the study and open the chest and show her what the ledgers are. The official half and the other half. The survey and the record. The measurement and the meaning. She will understand both. She always does. The stove in the stationmaster's office had gone out by the time I noticed it. I had been writing and thinking, and I had not attended to the stove, and by the time the cold of the office reached through the absorption of the work, the stove was long past the point of revival without more fuel, which was in a shed outside that I did not know the location of and did not want to go looking for in the dark. I put on my coat. The cold in the coat was acceptable. I looked at the lamp. Still burning, I had filled it carefully before leaving the inn, and the reservoir was generous. It would last until morning if I needed it to. I want to try to describe this. The stationmaster's office at Caldwell Junction at 2 in the morning. The desk, which is Peel's desk, oak, well-made, worn smooth on the surface where his arms rest. The chair, which is also his, slightly too upright for my preferences, but solid. My lamp on the corner of the desk, burning steadily in the cold, still air of the room. The window behind me, through which I can see, if I turn, the signal lamp on its post at the platform end, amber and constant. The walls, a framed railway timetable, a map of the main line with junction points marked, a small photograph of a locomotive, the kind that appears in every railway office in England, showing a pride in the machinery that I understand and share. A hook with Peel's spare uniform jacket, pressed and hung with care. The room of a man who does his job well and has arranged his working environment accordingly. In this way, it is like every other room I have worked in on this survey. Mrs. Brennan's desk at the crossing bell, a little too low for comfortable writing. The dining table at the Moorland Inn, pushed against the snug wall. The child's desk at Wren's Hollow, with the blue jug on the sill. The camp table in the survey tent, with the lamps swinging. And now Peel's desk. 5 desks in 15 days. Each of them someone else's space, lent to me for the duration. Each of them a different kind of room, holding a different kind of quiet. And at each of them, the lamp. My lamp, which I carry in the survey bag, along with the instruments and the notebooks, because I have learned that the quality of the light matters, and that the light I am accustomed to makes the writing easier. The same lamp in all the rooms. The same flame. There is a version of this, of what I do, of this work, that I have never described in the official ledger and have described only partially in the other one. It is this. Every survey is a form of attention. You go to a place, you give it your attention, your eyes and your instruments and your time and your thought. You attend to it as carefully as you know how, and in attending to it, you come to know it, not perfectly, not completely, not in the way that the people who live there know it, but in the particular way that sustained, careful attention creates knowledge of a thing. And then you leave. You take your attention elsewhere. The place continues without it. The valley goes on being the valley. The stream goes on being the stream. The hollow goes on being the hollow. None of it required your attention to be what it is. Your attention was for you, not for the place. But something was exchanged. I came to this valley not knowing it. I am leaving knowing it. That is a change in me, and changes in a person, real ones. The kind made by sustained attention to something outside yourself do not stay within the person. They go outward in some form into the work and the letters and the conversations and the decisions. I will write the report, and the report will recommend the line, and the line, if built, will be built to follow the land and give clearance to the farm and have generous arches on its viaduct, because I know this valley and I know what it deserves. That is what the attention was for. I want to say something else about attention, which I have not said in the ledger before. Attention is not neutral. I came to this valley as a surveyor with a purpose, to find the line, to assess the ground, to produce a report. The attention I gave the valley was purposive attention, directed attention, the attention of a man who is looking for something specific in a landscape. But the valley did not give me only what I was looking for. It gave me the robin, which I was not looking for. It gave me Renwick's observation about the quiet, which I was not looking for. It gave me Mrs. Alderton and the schoolhouse and the blue jug and her husband's notebook in the chest upstairs, none of which were in any way part of the survey specification. The valley gave me more than I came for. This is what places do when you attend to them carefully. They give you more than you were looking for. The attention you bring opens something, and through that opening comes the rest. The things that the place needs to give you, not the things you decided in advance to receive. I came to find the line. I found the line. And I also found what it is like to be a surveyor in November in Derbyshire, 44 years old, widowed 11 years, with a daughter who is going to be a teacher. I found what it is like to stand at the edge of a gorge and hear a man say, "In 200 years, they'll know whether it's beautiful or not." I found what it is like to eat soup in a hollow with a woman who stayed because her husband liked the place. I found what the attention opened. These things are in the ledger. They will be in me after. That is the exchange. I want to walk through the valley once more, here at the desk, before I leave it. Not with the instruments, not measuring, simply attending one last time to what I know. The platform at Ashford Crossing, where Thomas steadies a stranger who has not minded the gap. The flagstone, uneven, a November evening, the last light going, the cap too large, the steadiness. The lane to the crossing bell, the hawthorn hedge turning silver in the last of the light, the moment where the lane curves and the village reveals itself, and I know, without being able to say exactly why, that this is a place that knows what it is. Mrs. Brennan and the tea, the fire, the clock. The valley floor, measured over 3 days, the stream, the shelf, the flood plain, the mill, the robin at the bridge at midday still singing. The gate onto the moor, the sky turning. The storm, the wind, and the building holding against it. Renwick at the table, glass in hand. The valley has 2 or 3 years. The road junction in the morning after the storm, 3 tracks meeting, the stone marker, the curlew. The cart rode south, the valley known now going past the window. The first sight of Wren's Hollow from the rise, 7 buildings, 2 lit windows, a thin column of smoke. The door opening, Mrs. Alderton. He liked this place, that's why I stayed. The schoolhouse, maintained. The wren in the ivy, singing. The apples small and slightly sour, eaten on the road. The gorge, the sound of it. Doyle at the gorge edge pointing North Pier there, and then the 5 between, South Pier there, 7 arches. In 200 years, they'll know whether it's beautiful or it isn't. The mess tent, 23 men, louder than anything. Walsh, we can build that viaduct. Ellis, 16, tending the stove. The limestone shelf, seen from the cart on the way back, with the ghost of the line along it. All of this is the survey. All of this will go into the report, the official parts of it, and all of it is already in the ledger below the ruled line where no one will read it but me. And it will be in me, after this, in the way that things are tended to carefully become part of the person who attended to them. The valley is in me now. That is the other thing that surveys do, that no one mentions in the professional literature. I did not mean to stay until morning. I had intended to return to the inn. The landlord had given me a key. The room would be warm. There was a proper bed and a proper desk, and none of the cold of the stationmaster's office. I had planned to write for an hour, perhaps 2, and then walk back. But the writing had become the night, and the night had become this, the office at 3 in the morning, the lamp still burning, my coat buttoned against the cold, the ledger open. I looked at the clock on the wall. 4:15. The first northbound train, my train, the one to Derby, was at 6:42. I would not sleep now. There was no point in returning to the inn for 3 hours. I would stay. I closed the ledger. Not the official one that had been closed for hours, the survey complete, the notes done, the report written, the other one, the one below the ruled line. I closed it and held it for a moment. 230 pages, of which the survey itself fills perhaps half, and the rest is this, the other record, the one that is not for the company or the act or the parliamentary process, the one that is for the places themselves and for me. I will keep it. All the others are in a chest in the study at home, 11 of them, one for each survey. They go back to 1865, the first one, when I was 25 and Forsyth was alive, and we surveyed a line through the Cheshire Plain that was straightforward and unremarkable, and that I nonetheless recorded in careful detail, because Forsyth said, "Write it all down. You will not know what matters until later." He was right. I did not know in 1865 what would matter later. I do not know now, writing this, what will matter later. But I write it all down. I want to stay in this moment for a little longer. This is what I always do at the end of a survey, hold the last night as long as it will stay. Not because I am reluctant to go. I am ready to go. I have been ready since the gorge, since Doyle said what he said, and I confirmed the last measurements and felt the survey resolve itself into its conclusion. I am ready to go home. But there is a value in remaining present at the end of something, in not moving too quickly toward the next thing, in allowing the completion to be what it is before it becomes the past. The survey is complete. I have walked 60 miles of ground in the Ashford Valley, and I know it. I have found the line. The report says true things. The lamp is burning. The letter to Clara is on the desk. The signal lamp is steady at the end of the platform. The valley is somewhere to the north of me in the dark, the stream running, the frost settling, the hollow at its level, the camp at its sleep, the gorge carrying its stream beneath 7 points of future stone. And I am here, at the end of the line, at the desk of a quiet man who keeps a small junction well, and the night is nearly done. The first bird. Not a robin this time, a blackbird, somewhere beyond the station in the direction of the town, beginning its first experimental phrase. Not the full song, not yet, not for another month and a half, when the days begin to lengthen and the blackbirds decide the light is sufficient to justify the full effort, just the preliminary notes, the testing of the morning. Then silence. Then another phrase, slightly fuller. Then another bird, further away, beginning. The light was changing at the window. Not light yet, not what would be called light, not the actual presence of the sun's illumination. But the deep black of the pre-dawn sky was going, and in its place, the particular grey-blue of the last hour before light, which is not darkness and not day, but the threshold between them. The signal lamp at the end of the platform was less bright than it had been, not because it had dimmed, but because the sky around it had lightened enough to dilute it. Morning was coming. My train was at 6:42. I stood. I stretched. The cold of the office had settled into my back and shoulders over the hours of sitting, and the stretch required a moment's patient attention to the discomfort before it released. I put the ledger into the survey bag. I put the letter to Clara in the outer pocket. I would post it from Derby Station, and it would arrive before I did, and Clara would have read it before I came home, which is what I wanted. I looked around the office. Peel's desk undisturbed. His chair replaced as I had found it, the timetable and the map and the locomotive and his pressed spare jacket. I picked up my lamp and turned it down. The room went to the grey light of the morning window. I looked at the room in this light. The stationmaster's office at Caldwell Junction, in the early morning of the 28th of November, 1887. I have been here one night. I know it. I went out onto the platform. The cold was sharp and clean, and the sky to the east that I had faced from every window of this survey, the east that the limestone shelf faces, the east the valley opens toward in the morning, was pale and becoming. A narrow band of gold at the horizon, clouds above it in long horizontal layers, catching the approaching light from below, the whole sky in quiet, unhurried motion. I stood on the platform and breathed. The valley was somewhere to the north, behind the rise of the land, invisible from here but present. The stream was running. The frost was on the shelf where the line would run. The wren of Wren's Hollow was in the ivy. The schoolhouse was locked and maintained. The gorge was holding its water as it had always held it. I stood on the platform for longer than I had expected to. The morning was the kind of morning that makes standing still feel correct. The light still arriving, the cold still present but not pressing. The birds in the town beyond the station going about the early business of birds, indifferent to the hour and the cold and the survey and the man standing on the empty platform of a junction station waiting for the first northbound train. I thought about all the mornings of this survey. The first morning at Ashford crossing, before the survey began, when I walked out into the frost, and the robin was already singing, and the valley floor was opening in the early light. The morning after the storm on the moor, standing at the junction of 3 roads, the curlew calling. The morning in Wren's Hollow, when the frost was on everything, and the wren was in the ivy, and Mrs. Alderton's light was already burning in the kitchen, and the day had not yet fully decided to begin. The morning at the gorge, the light moving down the western wall like a tide going out in reverse, the stream dark below, Walsh already at work on the south side with his stakes and his cord. And this morning, this platform, this sky. 5 mornings. 5 ways the same November has opened itself in different places. I am the only person who has seen all 5. That is the particular thing a survey gives you, the moving through a landscape in a certain way, at a certain time, and being the person who witnessed it. The valley in November of 1887, in all its different mornings, lives in the ledger and in me. That will have to be enough. It is, I think, enough. The survey was done. I heard the train before I saw it. The low vibration of it in the rails felt through the soles of my boots before it was audible to the ear. Then the sound itself, building from the south, the engine working, the carriages following, the whole system of it in its morning rhythm. Then the headlamp around the curve. Then the train, slowing, coming in. It stopped at the platform with the organized precision of a machine that has done this thousands of times. The guard stepped down, looked at me, nodded. I picked up my bag and stepped aboard. The train moved. The platform slid past the window, the signal lamp, the goods shed, the stationmaster's office with its window showing the empty room inside, the desk, the absence of the lamp that had been there all night. Then the buildings of the junction town, and then the open country, and then the main line stretching north, and the dawn coming fully now, the gold band at the horizon widening, the sky filling with a pale, cold winter light that fell across the fields and the hedgerows and the bare trees, and turned everything the same pale, clear, equal illumination of an English morning in late November. I sat by the window and looked at the world going by. Not the valley was behind me now, becoming the past, becoming the thing I would carry forward, but the country between Caldwell Junction and Derby, which I did not know as I knew the valley, and which I looked at with the ordinary curiosity of a person passing through rather than the specific attention of a person surveying. Fields, hedgerows, a farmhouse with smoke from the chimney, a canal, briefly, running parallel to the line before turning away, a small town with a church spire, moory fields. England in November. Not beautiful in the way it is beautiful in summer or even in the clear frost of early morning. Beautiful in the honest way that November is beautiful, which is the way of things that make no particular effort, that simply are what they are, in the light that is available. I noticed something on the train that I had not noticed before. Or not noticed, but had not attended to with the same quality of attention as the valley. The countryside between Caldwell and Derby is a different kind of landscape from the limestone valley. Flatter, more open, with the big Midlands sky above it, and the broad fields divided by hedgerows rather than stone walls. Different geology, different history, different character, the sort of landscape that does not announce itself. But it was there, it was doing what it does. The fields were being farmed, the hedgerows were full of their November birds, the farmhouses were sending up their smoke, the canal was carrying its barge, which I caught a glimpse of as the train crossed the bridge, a slow, heavy thing moving with the particular patience of something that has been doing this for a long time and expects to continue. I am used to attending to the places I survey. But these places, the ones I pass through between surveys, the journeys between the ground and the office and the ground again, these places are also somewhere. They are also what they are in the light that is available. I thought I have been attending to one valley for 15 days, and perhaps I have been less attentive to everything else. I thought I will try on the way home to attend. I watched the fields go past, and I tried to attend to them, and I found that they were worth attending to in the way that all places are worth attending to when you give them the time. England in November. Going past the window. All of it worth the attention. All of it in its honest way sufficient. I took out the ledger. Not to write, there was nothing more to write on this survey. The survey was done, but to hold it, to sit with it in my hands on the train, the way you sit with a thing that is finished and that you are not quite ready to put away. 230 pages. 15 days. 60 miles. One valley. The line. At Derby, I posted the letter to Clara at the station post box. I stood for a moment after dropping it in, my hand still at the slot. She would read it tomorrow morning, I thought, over breakfast, at Margaret's kitchen table with the tea. She would read about Mrs. Alderton and Doyle, and the wren, and the 7 arches, and the ghost of the line along the shelf. She would understand it. She always does. The train to London was already at the platform. I found my seat. I settled the survey bag at my feet. I leaned back in the seat and felt, for the first time in 15 days, the particular release of a person who has finished a piece of work and is going home. Not emptied, not diminished, something better than that. Completed. The survey is done. The line was found. The valley is what it is, and I know what it is, and I have written it down in the official record, and in the other record, and in the letter to Clara, and in the part of myself that will carry it forward without knowing it is doing so. Ashford Crossing. The Moorland Inn. Wren's Hollow. The Viaduct Camp. Caldwell Junction. All of them. All is well.